Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the eternal Aurora Mountains, where time flowed like water through ancient riverbeds, each valley kept its own pace with the universe. Some valleys aged a year in a day, while others lingered in a single moment for what felt like centuries. Here, amidst the ever-shifting auroras that danced across peaks of crystalline stone, lived Silveria, the last of the Starforge Elves. Her forge sat at the convergence of three valleys, where the temporal streams created a perfect balance for working with fallen stars. The workshop was carved into living crystal, its walls reflecting the eternal light show above, creating an ever-changing tapestry of colors that complemented the rhythm of her hammer strikes. Each blow sent cascades of stardust into the air, and in the right light, one could see time itself bending around her anvil. On this particular morning, though morning was a relative term in the eternal Aurora, Silveria was working on a blade commissioned by the Queen of the Twilight realm when she felt it. A disturbance in the temporal flows. The aurora above shifted from its usual emerald and sapphire to a deep pulsing crimson. She lifted her hammer mid-strike, her pointed ears twitching at the sound of heavy boots on crystal. The stranger who entered her forge was unlike any dwarf she had ever seen. His beard was braided with shards of temporal crystal, each containing a different moment in time. His armor bore the marks of 1,000 battles, yet seemed to repair itself even as she watched. Most striking were his eyes. They held the weight of eons, yet sparked with an urgency that made Silveria's immortal heart skip a beat. "I am Grimther," he announced, his voice resonating with the crystal walls. "And I need a blade that can cut through time itself." Silveria's laugh was like wind chimes in a temporal storm. "Even with star metal and all my skill, such a weapon would be impossible. Time isn't something you can simply. Time is exactly what's at stake." Grimther interrupted, reaching into his cloak. He withdrew a shard of something that wasn't quite metal, wasn't quite crystal. It pulsed with its own inner light, and as Silveria watched, it seemed to exist in multiple moments simultaneously. "This is a fragment of the chronolith, the heart of time itself. With this and your starforging skills, the impossible becomes merely improbable." Before Silveria could respond, the mountain itself trembled. Deep below, something ancient stirred. The crystal floors became transparent, revealing massive chambers where giant figures of stone and steel were beginning to move. The golems, the original guardians of the mountain, were awakening. Grimther cursed in ancient Dwarvish. "We have less time than I thought over the next hours or days, or moments." Time was particularly fluid in the forge. Grimther revealed the truth. He was no ordinary dwarf, but an immortal guardian, locked in an eternal battle with an entity known as the Epic Devourer. This being consumed time itself, leaving behind dead zones where past, present, and future collapsed into a singular, unchanging moment. The golems were stirring because the Devourer was near, drawn to the concentrated temporal energy of the eternal Aurora Mountains. "Every cycle, we dance the same dance," Grimther explained as Silveria examined the chronolith fragment. "I find a way to push it back, but I can never defeat it completely. The blade you could forge, it would be different. With star metal and the chronolith combined, we might finally end this cycle, Silveria worked tirelessly, combining techniques passed down through generations of Starforge elves with innovations born of desperate necessity. She folded star metal thousands of times, each fold capturing a different moment in time. The chronolith fragment was carefully integrated into the blade's core, its temporal energy helping to bind the impossible alloy together. As she worked, the golems drew closer. Their movements shook the mountain, and temporal distortions began to ripple through the forge. Silveria saw herself completing the blade hundreds of times, failing to complete thousands more. She saw versions where Grimthar fell to the Devourer, where the mountains crumbled, where all of time collapsed into a single, eternal moment. But she also saw success rare, precious, and possible. The final stages of forging coincided with the arrival of the epic Devourer. It manifested as a void in reality, a darkness that consumed not just light, but time itself. The golems, ancient guardians that they were, moved to confront it, but they were trapped in its temporal wake, frozen between moments. The blade, when finished, was unlike anything Silveria had ever created. It captured and reflected the Aurora above, but also showed auroras from times past and times yet to come. Its edge was so sharp, it seemed to cut through the very fabric of reality. Named Chronoceiver by Grimthar, it hummed with the combined power of stars and time itself. But there was a price. The blade's creation had opened Silveria's eyes to a terrible truth. Destroying the epic Devourer would fundamentally alter the nature of time in their world. The very magic that made the eternal Aurora eternal, that allowed Starforging to exist, that kept realms like the Twilight Kingdom in eternal balance, all of it was connected to the complex dance between Grimthar and the Devourer. If you use this blade, she warned, you may save time itself, but you'll end time magic forever. Grimthar took Chronoceiver in his hands, its glow reflecting in his ancient eyes. Sometimes, he said softly, the price of breaking a cycle is letting go of everything that made the cycle possible. The final battle took place in a chamber deep beneath the mountain, where the temporal streams converged into a single point. Silveria watched as Grimthar confronted the epic Devourer, Chronoceiver blazing with starlight and temporal energy. The blade did exactly what it was meant to do. It cut through time itself, severing the Devourer's connection to the temporal streams it fed upon. As the ancient entity fell, Silveria felt the change beginning. The auroras above the mountain started to fade, their eternal dance slowing. The temporal streams began to normalize, all valleys falling into the same rhythm with the universe. Her forge, which had burned with the fire of fallen stars for centuries, grew cold. But in that moment of loss, something new was born. As magic faded, science and innovation rushed to fill the void. The golems, no longer bound by temporal energies, became guardians of knowledge instead of time. The star metal, while losing its temporal properties, retained its strength and beauty, becoming the foundation for a new age of crafting. Grimthar remained in the mountains, no longer immortal, but finally free of his eternal burden. He worked alongside Silveria, combining dwarven engineering with elven artistry to forge a new path forward. Together, they discovered that while the age of time magic had ended, the age of mortal ingenuity was just beginning. And high above the eternal Aurora Mountains, where once 1,000 different times flowed like rivers, a single, steady stream of time now flowed constant, reliable, and full of possibilities yet to be explored. Story 2. In Gloomhaven, where perpetual twilight had reigned for 1,000 years, the very concept of dawn was nothing more than a myth whispered in tavern corners. The city sprawled beneath an eternal canopy of phosphorescent fungi and crystalline formations that cast an otherworldly glow across the twisted spires and ancient stonework. Here, in this realm where shadow and light danced an endless waltz, Xavier Nightwhisper made his home among the secrets and lies that were Gloomhaven's primary currency. The half-elven thief moved like liquid shadow through the labyrinthine streets, his mismatched eyes one amber, like his human father's, one silver, like his elven mother's seeing what others missed. Tonight, something was different in the familiar darkness. The shadows seemed deeper, more purposeful, as if they were gathering for some grand design. It was during one of his routine information-gathering expeditions in the Whispering Markets that Xavier first caught wind of the Shadow Weaver's plot. Hidden behind a false wall in an abandoned shop, he discovered a chamber where dark magic had left its mark. Ancient runes carved into obsidian walls pulsed with an inner darkness that seemed to drink in what little light reached them. On a pedestal of black glass lay a scroll written in ink that shifted like living shadows. The document revealed a truth that chilled even Xavier's practiced heart. The Shadow Weavers, an ancient order of assassins thought to be nothing more than legend, were very real and very active. Their plan was audacious, a ritual that would transform all light into eternal darkness, merging the surface world with the Shadow Realm forever. But Xavier knew he couldn't face this threat alone. The scope of the Shadow Weaver's plot reached far beyond Gloomhaven's twisted streets, threatening both the ethereal towers of the Light Elves above and the great underground kingdoms of the Dwarves below. He needed allies, but in Gloomhaven, trust was rarer than true daylight. His search led him first to the Broken Shield Tavern, where he found Kara Stoneheart, a dwarven paladin who had hung up her warhammer after a tragic mission left her entire company dead. She sat in perpetual silence, drinking mushroom wine and polishing armor she had sworn never to wear again. But when Xavier spoke of the Shadow Weaver's plot, something flickered in her dead eyes, a spark of the holy fire that had once made her one of the most feared warriors in the Underkingdoms. The second member of their unlikely band came in the form of Vex Shadowman, an exiled elf with hair as dark as the void and eyes that held secrets darker still. Rumors spoke of his ability to command shadow dragons, the legendary beings that lurked in the spaces between light and dark. When Xavier found him in the highest tower of the Obsidian Quarter, Vex was already aware of the growing darkness. "The shadows whisper louder these days," he said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "They speak of an ending. Or perhaps a beginning." The final piece of their puzzle arrived unexpectedly, stumbling into Xavier's path like destiny itself had given her a push. Cassandra was barely 16, a human oracle whose clouded eyes saw all possible futures save her own. She spoke in riddles and prophecies, her words tangled with meanings that only became clear in hindsight. "The light hides the greater darkness," she whispered when Xavier found her. "What sleeps in brightness dreams of shadows kiss." Together, this broken company began to unravel the Shadow Weaver's plot, following threads of conspiracy that led them through Gloomhaven's darkest corners. In the dwarven archives deep beneath the city, they discovered ancient texts speaking of a time before the eternal twilight, when something had forced the gods themselves to dim the sun. In the aerial towers of the Light Elves, they found murals depicting a battle between light and void that ended not in victory, but in stalemate. The truth, when it finally emerged, was more terrifying than any of them had imagined. The Shadow Weavers weren't trying to destroy the light, they were trying to protect the world. For dwelling within the light itself was an entity of unimaginable power, an ancient being that had been trapped and bound by the first Shadow Weavers a millennium ago. The eternal twilight was not a curse, but a prison, keeping this entity dormant. Now, after 1,000 years, the bindings were weakening. The entity stirred in its luminous prison, and its awakening would bring not enlightenment, but obliteration. The Shadow Weaver's ritual wasn't meant to destroy the light. but to strengthen the Twilight barrier before the creature could fully wake. This revelation forced Xavier and his companions to face an impossible choice. The Shadow Weaver's ritual would save the world, but at a terrible cost. It would permanently trap all realms in darkness, ending any hope of ever seeing true daylight again. Yet opposing them might lead to something far worse. It was Cassandra who found another way. In her visions, she saw a path between extremes, a ritual that would neither strengthen the darkness nor free the light, but instead bring true balance. It would require all of them: Kira's divine power, Vex's command over shadowed dragons, Xavier's knowledge of Gloomhaven's secret paths, and Cassandra's ability to see the threads of fate. The final battle took place in the Twilight Cathedral, where the barrier between light and shadow was thinnest. As the Shadow Weavers began their ritual, Xavier's company enacted their own. Kira, wearing her armor once more, channeled divine power through her warhammer. Vex commanded his shadow dragons to maintain the balance between light and dark. Xavier moved through the shadows, disrupting the Shadow Weaver's ritual at crucial moments, while Cassandra wove together the strands of fate itself. In the end, they succeeded not in destroying either light or darkness, but in teaching them to coexist. The eternal twilight of Gloomhaven transformed, becoming a dynamic dance between day and night. The light entity, no longer bound but balanced, became a guardian rather than a threat. The Shadow Weavers, seeing their mission fulfilled in an unexpected way, faded back into legend. And in the days that followed, Gloomhaven knew both darkness and light for the first time in a millennium. Xavier often stood on the highest tower, watching the first true sunrise the city had seen in 1,000 years, understanding at last that the greatest threats often came not from darkness or light alone, but from the absence of balance between them. The company remained together, bound by their shared journey and the understanding that in a world of extremes, sometimes the hardest path is the middle one. They became known as the Twilight Guard, protectors of the balance between light and shadow, ensuring that Gloomhaven would never again be trapped in eternal twilight, nor blinded by unending light. Story 3. The crystalline border stretched toward the horizon, like a frozen wave, its surface reflecting the setting sun in 1,000 prismatic shards. On one side lay verdant forests and rolling hills. On the other, a landscape transformed into pure crystal, where trees, buildings, and even animals stood frozen in translucent perfection. This was the edge of the Sundered Lands, where an ancient curse had turned half a continent into an eternal monument to a forgotten catastrophe. Princess Moira Stoneheart stood at this boundary, her dwarven armor gleaming with runes of protection. Behind her stretched a caravan of refugees dwarves, humans, and even a few elves, all fleeing the advancing crystallization that had already claimed their homes. The curse was spreading again after centuries of dormancy. "Your Highness," called out Captain Dernhild, her most trusted guard, the scouts report the crystal's advance has accelerated. "We have perhaps 3 days before this position is overtaken." Moira nodded, her hand unconsciously touching the ancient map tucked in her belt pouch. It showed the way to the Dawn Forges, legendary crafting halls where the first dwarven kings had forged weapons of impossible power. If the stories were true, only there could they create a weapon capable of stopping the crystal's advance. But reaching the forges required a guide who knew the treacherous paths through the crystalline wasteland. And there was only one being who claimed such knowledge: Felindril, the banished elf archmage who had spent a century studying the curse's magic. They found him in a crystal cave, his laboratory a bizarre mixture of arcane instruments and crystallized experiments. The elf's silver hair had grown wild, and his eyes held the fevered light of one who had gazed too long into magical mysteries. I wondered when the daughter of the Stoneheart clan would seek me out, Felindril said, not looking up from a crystal shard he was examining. The curse accelerates, doesn't it? Just as the ancient texts predicted. You know the way to the Dawn Forges, Moira stated, not bothering with pleasantries. Your people need to understand what they're truly facing, Felindril interrupted, finally meeting her gaze. The Dawn Forges aren't just ancient crafting halls. They're a key, princess, to something your ancestors buried so deep even memory forgot it. Over the next hours, Felindril revealed what a century of research had uncovered. The crystal curse wasn't a natural phenomenon or even a magical accident. It was a deliberate creation of the ancient dwarven kings, Moira's own ancestors. They had crafted it as a prison, a last resort to contain something so terrible it threatened to destroy not just their kingdom, but all of existence. What could be so dangerous that turning half a continent to crystal was considered the better option? Moira demanded. Felindril's answer chilled her to her core. They called it the Void Worm, a dragon from between realities, capable of unmaking creation itself. The crystallization was the only way to hold it in stasis. To prevent it from fully entering our world, the revelation sparked fierce debate among the refugees. Some wanted to turn back, to flee to distant lands. Others argued they should seek another solution. But as reports came of entire cities being crystallized in distant parts of the realm, Moira knew they had no choice but to push forward. Felindril agreed to guide them through the crystal wasteland, using his forbidden magic to create safe passages through areas where reality itself had become uncertain. The journey was treacherous. They lost 3 wagons when the ground beneath them suddenly crystallized, and nights were filled with the strange, bell-like tones of crystal formations growing around their camp. At last, they reached the Dawn Forges, hidden deep within a mountain that straddled the border between normal land and crystal realm. The ancient forges still burned with eternal flame, and the walls were lined with the tools and molds used to create legendary weapons. But as they explored deeper into the complex, they discovered something unexpected. The forges weren't designed to create weapons to fight the crystal curse, they were built to maintain it. The entire mountain was a massive magical machine, powered by the forges, designed to keep the Void Worm in its crystalline prison. The curse is failing, Felindril explained, examining the ancient mechanisms, because the forges are running out of power. Without new fuel, specific magical crystals formed from pure starlight, the entire system will collapse. Moira faced an impossible choice. They could use the forges to create tools to save those few not yet affected by the curse, helping them escape to distant lands. Or they could find a way to strengthen the prison, sacrificing those already crystallized, but preventing the Void Worm from breaking free. It was Tiny Pip, one of the refugee children, who sparked the third option. Playing with a crystallized flower, she noticed how it sang different notes when touched with different metals. This observation led Felindril to a stunning realization. The crystallized areas weren't just a prison, they were a massive magical instrument. Working together, the dwarven craftspeople and Felindril discovered they could use the Dawn Forges to create a network of resonating crystals. By striking these crystals in precise sequences, they could generate the exact magical frequencies needed to stabilize the curse without expanding it further. The ritual required Moira to make the hardest decision of her life. To power the new crystal network, they needed a constant source of magical energy, and only royal dwarven blood carried enough power. She would have to become part of the machine, neither fully crystallized nor fully flesh, forever maintaining the balance. My ancestors created this prison, she declared to her people. It's fitting that their descendant should be its keeper. The ritual transformed Moira into a living crystal heart for the ancient forge machine. Those trapped in crystal were gradually restored, the curse's advance was halted, and the void worm remained safely contained. Felindril stayed in the Dawn Forges, both to study the magic and to keep Moira company in her eternal vigil. The refugees established a new city around the mountain, which became known as the Crystal Heart. On quiet nights, people say you can hear singing from deep within the forges the voice of a dwarven princess, turned crystal guardian, humming ancient songs to keep darkness at bay. And sometimes in the deepest chambers of the Dawn Forges, Moira feels something stir in the spaces between crystals, the void worm dreaming of freedom. But she stands firm, knowing that some prisons exist for a reason, and some sacrifices are worth the cost. Story 4. Spire floated among the clouds like a dream made manifest, its crystalline towers catching the light of dawn and transforming it into cascades of rainbow fire. The floating citadel, last bastion of the warrior mages, had held its position in the sky for 1,000 years, anchored by ancient spells and powered by the very essence of magic itself. Yet even here, in this sanctuary of arcane knowledge, secrets lurked in the shadows between spells. Aldrich Dawnborn, youngest apprentice to the Spire's Archmage, knew every corner of the Citadel's libraries and every twist of its spiraling staircases. But it wasn't until the night of his 17th naming day that he discovered the truth hidden beneath it all. The discovery came by accident, a misplaced step on worn stones, a whispered word caught in the echo of ancient halls, and suddenly the floor beneath his feet dissolved into a shower of sparks, dropping him into darkness. He fell through layers of forgotten history, past chambers filled with artifacts of forgotten wars, until he landed in a cavern that shouldn't have existed. Here, in the very foundations of Spire, crystals grew like frozen flames, illuminating a chamber vast enough to house a small city. And at its center, bound by chains of pure light and wrapped in spells of slumber, lay a dragon unlike any described in the Citadel's texts. Its scales shifted colors like oil on water, and even in sleep, it radiated power that made Aldrich's magical senses scream in recognition. This was Vermithrax, the prismatic worm, a being spoken of only in the most ancient of prophecies. The dragon's eye opened, a swirling vortex of colors that seemed to contain entire universes. So it rumbled, its voice resonating not just in the air, but in Aldrich's very thoughts. After 9 centuries, someone finally finds their way to my prison, and an apprentice, no less. Before Aldrich could retreat, the dragon's mind touched his, sharing memories that spanned centuries. He saw Spire's founding, watched as the first warrior mages constructed their floating sanctuary. But more importantly, he saw why. The Citadel wasn't built as a school or sanctuary. It was constructed as a prison, designed to hold Vermithrax in a state between sleeping and waking. Your masters fear what I represent, the dragon explained. The power to unite all magical disciplines, to break down the artificial barriers between schools of magic. They fear that such power in the wrong hands could destroy the world, and could it? Aldrich asked, finding his voice at last. The dragon's laughter shook dust from the crystal walls. Of course, just as a sword can kill or protect, depending on who wields it. That's why the prophecy exists. The one who finds me will have the power to either unite or destroy all the realms. Before Aldrich could process this revelation, alarms began ringing throughout the Citadel. Through his magical connection to the spire, he felt the disturbance. An army of dark elves and renegade dwarves had somehow bypassed the Citadel's outer defenses. They were searching for something, methodically working their way through the Citadel's levels. They seek the heart of unity, Vermithrax said, a note of urgency entering its ancient voice. They believe it to be an artifact of tremendous power, hidden somewhere in Spire. They don't realize that what they seek is not a thing, but a being. The heart they search for beats within my chest. The invasion forced Aldrich to make an impossible choice. The attacking force was led by Lady Moonshadow, a dark elf sorceress whose mastery of void magic made her nearly unstoppable. Her dwarven allies brought runic technology that could neutralize Spire's defensive spells. If they reached the dragon's prison, they would try to extract its power by force, a process that would likely destroy both Vermithrax and the Citadel. But freeing the dragon was exactly what generations of warrior mages had given their lives to prevent. The prophecy was clear: unleashing Vermithrax would change the world forever, for good or ill. As the sounds of battle grew closer, Aldrich noticed something his predecessors had missed. The chains binding Vermithrax weren't just restraints, they were conductors, drawing on the dragon's power to keep Spire aloft. Simply breaking them would send the Citadel plummeting from the sky. Drawing on everything he had learned as an apprentice, Aldrich began a complex spell of transference. If he could synchronize his own magical essence with the dragon's, he might be able to temporarily take on the burden of powering the Citadel's flight. The process was excruciating. Each magical connection felt like a burning brand pressed against his soul. But as the chains fell away, Vermithrax rose to its full height, its wings spreading to fill the massive chamber. The dragon's power flowed through Aldrich, and with it came understanding this had been the true prophecy all along. Not choosing whether to free or contain the dragon's power, but learning to share it. Together, dragon and apprentice soared up through the layers of Spire. They emerged into chaos. The battle had reached the Citadel's upper levels, with warrior mages locked in combat with dark elf assassins and dwarven runesmiths. Lady Moonshadow stood at the center of it all, wielding void magic that consumed everything it touched. But she hadn't counted on facing a dragon. Vermithrax's prismatic breath transformed her void magic, turning it into pure creative force. The renegade dwarves' runic devices overloaded and shattered. Within moments, the tide of battle turned. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over changed Spire, Aldrich realized that both the dragon's jailers and those who sought to steal its power had been wrong. Vermithrax's true purpose wasn't to unite or destroy the realms by force, but to teach them how to share power without being consumed by it. The dragon became a teacher rather than a prisoner, and Spire transformed from a fortress into a true school of magical unity. Aldrich, bound to both dragon and citadel by the spell of transference, became the first of a new order, the prismatic sages, who learned to channel and share magical power rather than hoard or fear it. And on clear nights, those who looked to the sky might see a prismatic dragon soaring around the floating citadel, its scales reflecting all the colors of magic itself, teaching new generations that the greatest power often lies not in what we keep locked away, but in what we dare to share. Story 5. Deep within the crystal forest, where ancient trees were flowers of living gemstones and streams flowed with water that sang forgotten melodies, Lyriana traced her fingers over the weathered runes carved into the heart of an ancient oak. The elven archer had wandered these woods for centuries, but never had she seen markings that glowed with such urgency, their silvery light pulsing like a heartbeat in the perpetual twilight of the forest canopy. As she deciphered the ancient elven script, her heart grew heavy with each word. The prophecy spoke of a darkness spreading across the magical realms, a corruption that would turn the sacred places of power into domains of shadow. At its center was a figure the runes named the Sorcerer King, a being of immense power who would bend the very fabric of magic to his will. Only one artifact could prevent this fate, the Crown of the Four Seasons, a relic of such power that it had been broken into 4 pieces and scattered across the realms centuries ago. Each fragment embodied the essence of a seasoned spring's renewal, summer's passion, autumn's wisdom, and winter's endurance. But Liriana's blood ran cold as she read the final lines of the prophecy. For there, carved in runes that seemed to burn with inner fire, was a truth she had spent centuries trying to forget. The Sorcerer King was her father, Elder Dawnweaver, who had disappeared into the Shadow Realms when she was barely more than a child. Her contemplation was interrupted by the sound of heavy boots on crystal-strewn earth, a sound no elf would make. Whirling, arrow knocked, she found herself facing a dwarf unlike any she had seen before. His armor bore the markings of royalty, yet was weathered by countless battles. A great war hammer hung at his side, its head carved with runes that matched those on the ancient tree. "Lower your bow, daughter of Dawnweaver," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle for one of his kind. "I am Thorgr, once prince of the Iron Deep Halls. Now, like you, I am simply a seeker of the crown." Thorgr revealed that he too had found pieces of the prophecy, carved into the depths of dwarven holds. He had followed their trail here, to the Crystal Forest, knowing that only by joining forces with the one named in the prophecy could there be any hope of success. But the dwarf carried his own burden of secrets. As they made camp that night beneath the crystal-flowered boughs, he revealed the truth of his exile. He had been cast out of Irondeep not for any crime, but because he had discovered the dark truth about the crown's creation. It had been forged from the essence of an ancient dragon of balance, bound into physical form by the combined magic of elves and dwarves. His own ancestor had been among those who had shattered it, foreseeing that its power might one day be needed again. Their quest took them through realms of wonder and terror. In the Everspring Glades, they recovered the spring fragment from a court of mischievous fae, winning it not through force, but through Liriana's skill at riddling. The summer piece they found in the heart of a volcano, where Thorgr's dwarven crafting magic proved essential to forging a path through the molten rock. The autumn fragment lay hidden in the library of Twilight, where shadows whispered ancient secrets, and every book held a different version of history. There, they encountered the first of the Sorcerer King's servants, shadow mages, who could step through darkness itself. In the battle that followed, Liriana discovered that her archery, enhanced by the fragments they'd already collected, could pierce even the shadows themselves. But it was the winter fragment that proved most challenging and most revealing. Hidden in the Frost Spire Mountains, it was guarded not by monsters or magic, but by a single figure, Elder Dawnweaver himself. The Sorcerer King had not been corrupted by power as the prophecy suggested. Instead, he had spent centuries containing an ancient darkness, using his own life force to maintain the seals that kept it from consuming the realms. The crown was never meant to prevent darkness, Eldred explained to his daughter, his once proud form now gaunt with centuries of magical burden. It was meant to maintain balance. But balance requires both light and shadow, creation and destruction, life and death. The truth of the prophecy finally became clear. The real choice wasn't between saving the realms and destroying them, but between maintaining a false perfect order and accepting the necessary dance between light and shadow. The crown of 4 seasons wasn't a weapon to banish darkness, but a tool to ensure that neither light nor dark could ever fully dominate the other. In that moment of understanding, Thorgr revealed the final piece of his own story. His exile had been self-chosen, for he had foreseen this moment in the ancient dwarven runes. His role was not just to help find the crown, but to be its guardian alongside Liriana, for only the combined wisdom of elf and dwarf could ensure its power remained in balance. Together, Liriana and Thorgr used the restored crown to transform Eldred's burden. Instead of one man containing the darkness alone, they created a new balance. The shadows became part of the natural order, held in check not by force, but by the eternal cycle of seasons themselves. Spring's growth balanced winter's rest. Summer's passion tempered autumn's decline. Eldred, freed from his centuries-long vigil, found peace in the crystal forest, where he could watch over the runes that had set his daughter on her path. Thorgr established a new hall in the mountains nearby, not hidden in darkness like Irondeep, but open to the sky, where the stars could witness the new balance. And Lyriana, she became something new, neither purely elven archer nor crowned guardian, but a keeper of balance. On quiet nights, she can still be found in the crystal forest, teaching young elves and dwarves alike that the greatest magic lies not in dominating the darkness or serving the light, but in understanding that both are necessary parts of the great dance of existence. The crown of 4 seasons rests now in a sanctuary built where forest meets mountain, its power not locked away, but shared between all the realms, a constant reminder that the truest prophecies are not about preventing change, but about finding the wisdom to guide it. Story 6. The ancient spires of Cinderhaven rose like gleaming fingers of stone and crystal against the twilight sky, their surfaces reflecting the last rays of a setting sun in a dance of amber and gold. Built where the Everstone Mountains met the Silverleaf Forest, the city fortress stood as the last bastion of unity between the elven and dwarven peoples. Its unique architecture told the story of 2 cultures merged into one. Sweeping elven archways flowed seamlessly into sturdy dwarven foundations, while delicate crystal spires emerged from deep-hewn mountain halls. Astrea Moonweaver stood at her favorite balcony in the Hall of Concord, her silver hair catching the evening breeze as she watched the city below. As the youngest member of the Council of Harmony, the elven diplomat had dedicated her life to maintaining the fragile peace between the 2 races. Her keen emerald eyes tracked the movement of citizens through the crowded streets, tall, graceful elves and stout, proud dwarves moving about their evening routines in what appeared to be perfect harmony. But Astrea knew better. Beneath the surface of civility, ancient tensions simmered like magma beneath a mountain. In his workshop deep within the mountain halls, Thorgrim Grimforge wiped the sweat from his brow, his weathered hands carefully etching the final runes into a complex mechanical device. The dwarven master engineer had earned his reputation through decades of creating innovations that served both peoples of Cinderhaven. His workshop was a testament to this union. Elven crystals powered dwarven machines, while delicate elven artistry enhanced the functionality of sturdy dwarven craftsmanship. The piece they had built over centuries was about to be tested as never before. It began with the disappearance of the Moonfire Crown, an ancient elven artifact that had been displayed in the Temple of the Dawn for over 500 years. Within days, the dwarves' sacred hammer of the First Forge vanished from its heavily guarded chamber deep within the mountain. As whispers of accusation swept through the city's taverns and gathering places, Astrea and Grimforge found themselves thrust together by the council to investigate the thefts before the situation escalated beyond control. These weren't ordinary thieves, Grimforge muttered, examining the untouched wards around the hammer's empty pedestal. They knew exactly how to bypass both elven and dwarven protections. That should be impossible. Astrea's fingers traced the lingering magical residue in the air. The signature is strange. Neither fully elven nor dwarven, but something in between, their investigation led them through Cinderhaven's many layers, from the highest crystal towers to the deepest mountain forges. In the shadowy Twilight market, where merchants of both races traded in mysteries and secrets, they heard whispers of a hidden group that walked between both worlds. In the ancient archives, buried in dusty tomes of forgotten lore, they discovered carefully excised passages hinting at a third people, born of both bloodlines. The truth, when it finally emerged, shook the foundations of their world. Deep in the unmapped caverns beneath Cinderhaven, they discovered a hidden city. Here lived the descendants of forbidden unions between elves and dwarves, people who had inherited the magic of one race and the craft of the other, but were accepted by neither. They called themselves the Harmonborn. Their leader was a woman named Lyria Trueforge, who possessed both elven grace and dwarven strength in equal measure. "We have waited centuries," she told them in a chamber lit by crystals that pulsed like heartbeats. The prophecy speaks of a time when the crystal of harmony would choose new guardians, those who carry both bloodlines in their veins. The crystal of harmony, it was revealed, was no mere legend, but the source of the power that had allowed elves and dwarves to live together in Cinderhaven. Created in ancient times through the combined magic and craftsmanship of both races, it maintained the delicate balance that prevented their naturally opposing magics from conflicting. But the crystal was failing, and with it, the magic that kept Cinderhaven stable. The Harmonborn believed that only they, with their mixed heritage, could restore it to full power. They had taken the sacred artifacts not out of malice, but because they were keys to accessing the crystal's chamber, hidden somewhere in the heart of the mountain. As tensions in the city above reached a breaking point, Astrea and Grimforge faced a decision that would determine the fate of all three peoples. The evidence of their investigation pointed to the truth of the Harmonborn's claims, but centuries of tradition and prejudice stood in the way of acceptance. In a dramatic council session with the city on the brink of civil war, Astrea made a shocking revelation. "The signs were always there," she declared, pulling back her silver hair to reveal slightly pointed ears that were just a bit too short for a full-blooded elf. "Some of us have carried this heritage without even knowing it." Grimforge stood beside her, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "I, and some of us have always known but feared to speak it." He pulled out an ancient locket, revealing a portrait of his grandmother, an elf. Their courage inspired others. Throughout the council chamber, voices began to speak up, revealing long-hidden truths about mixed bloodlines. The rigid barriers between the races began to crumble as centuries of secrets came to light. With the support of enlightened leaders from all three peoples, they located the Chamber of Harmony deep within the mountain. The stolen artifacts, combined with the freely given blood of elf, dwarf, and Harmonborn, opened the ancient doors. The crystal hung suspended in a vast cavern, its light dimmed to a faint flicker. As Lyria approached it, guided by the ancient prophecy, the crystal flared to life. But instead of choosing only the Harmonborn, its light spread to touch all those present elf, dwarf, and mixed blood alike. The prophecy had been misunderstood. The crystal didn't require new guardians of mixed blood. It required the willing acceptance and unity of all three peoples to restore its power. In the days that followed, Cinderhaven was transformed. The Harmonborn emerged from hiding to take their place as equals in the city's society. The ancient barriers between races began to fade as more citizens embraced their mixed heritage or formed new relationships across racial lines. Astrea and Grimforge continued their work on the council, now joined by Lyria and other Harmonborn representatives. Together, they began the task of rebuilding their society, based on acceptance rather than division, understanding rather than prejudice. The spires of Cinderhaven still rise against the twilight sky, but now they shine with renewed brightness. In the streets below, all three peoples move together in true harmony, while deep within the mountain, the crystal pulses with the combined strength of their unity, a beacon of hope for generations to come. For in Cinderhaven, they learned that the greatest magic comes not from the purity of bloodlines, but from the power of acceptance and the strength found in diversity. The prophecy had been fulfilled, not through the dominance of one people, but through the willing union of all. Story 7. In the realm of duel reach, where eternal day met endless night, two kingdoms existed in perpetual balance. The great magical divide cut across the land like a blade of twilight, separating the sun-blessed realm of the solar elves from the shadow-veiled domain of the dark dwarves. On one side, golden spires reached forever toward an unwavering sun. On the other, crystalline towers glowed with their own inner light beneath a star-strewn sky that never knew dawn. Princess Lumaria stood at the divide's edge, her golden hair shimmering with its own radiance, as she had done every day since her 16th birthday. The barrier between light and darkness rose before her like a curtain of shifting colors, neither solid nor ethereal. Beyond it, in the realm of eternal night, she knew Prince Umbrador of the Shadowed Dwarves stood at his own watching point, though they had never truly seen each other. Both wore crowns that had been passed down through generations. Hers, the crown of dawn, crafted from sunlight and morning dew. His, the crown of dusk, forged from starlight and shadow. Neither fully understood the ancient magic that bound their realms together, but both felt its pull growing stronger with each passing day. The balance began to shift on the day the first void night appeared. It emerged from the twilight lands, the thin strip of perpetual dusk that marked the divide riding a steed that seemed made of living smoke. Its armor absorbed light and shadow alike, leaving only a shape of nothingness that pained the eyes to behold. In the Hall of Eternal Light, Lumaria's Council of Elven Elders argued about this disturbance. The darkness encroaches. Some claimed the shadow dwarves seek to upset the balance. But Lumaria felt something different in her crown, a resonance that spoke of danger to both realms. Deep in his obsidian fortress, Prince Umbrador felt the same resonance in his own crown. The dark dwarf elders insisted the Void Knight must be an elven plot to steal their shadow magic, but the young prince had grown weary of ancient prejudices. In dreams, his crown showed him visions of a future where light and shadow merged in harmony, not destruction. More Void Knights appeared, their numbers growing with each passing day. They moved through both realms with impunity, their touch leaving behind patches where neither light nor shadow held sway, places of absolute nothingness that slowly began to spread. It was Lumaria who took the first step. Against all tradition and the desperate protests of her advisors, she stepped through the divide. The sensation was like walking through a waterfall of liquid rainbow, every color imaginable washing over her skin. When she emerged on the other side, her radiance illuminated the eternal night of the Shadow Realm. Umbrador stood waiting, his obsidian crown gleaming with captured starlight. He was shorter than she had imagined, but carried himself with a dignity that matched any elf lord. His dark eyes widened at her appearance, but he did not flinch from her light. "Your crown," he said, his voice deep as mountain roots. "It sings to mine. They were never meant to be separate," Lumaria realized, feeling the harmony between the two artifacts grow stronger as they stood close. Just as our realms were never meant to be divided, ancient records, kept by both peoples, but never before shared, told the full story. The divide had not been created to separate the races, but to protect them from a greater threat, the void that existed between light and shadow. The two crowns together maintained the balance that kept that void at bay. But over generations, as the peoples grew apart, that balance had weakened. The Void Knights were not invaders, but symptoms of the failing barrier. They were what remained of those who had fallen into the growing patches of nothingness, neither light nor shadow, but the absence of both. As Lumaria and Umbrador worked to understand their shared heritage, they discovered their peoples had not always been separate. The solar elves had once been guardians of day, the shadow dwarves protectors of night, working together to maintain the natural cycle. The divide had been created as a temporary measure during a great crisis, but pride and fear had turned it into a permanent barrier. The solution required trust from both sides. Standing together at the heart of the divide, where day and night merged in eternal twilight, Lumaria and Umbrador removed their crowns. The artifacts rose into the air, drawn together by ancient magic. As they merged, a wave of power rippled across Duelreach. The divide began to dissolve, not in chaos, but in harmony. Day and night resumed their natural cycle for the first time in centuries. The void nights, their emptiness filled with the restored balance of light and shadow, transformed back into their original forms people of both races who had been lost to the void over generations. But the transformation came with a price. As the crowns merged, their magic transformed Lumaria and Umbrador as well. She gained the ability to walk in darkness without fear, while he learned to stand in sunlight without pain. They became living symbols of the balance their realm required, guardians of both light and shadow. The merging of the realms was not without challenges. Centuries of separation had created deep cultural differences that could not be erased overnight. But Lumaria and Umbrador led by example, showing how light and shadow could coexist and complement each other. Where the divide had once stood, they built a new capital city. Its towers caught both sunlight and starlight, its halls designed to celebrate both peoples' traditions. The merged crown became a symbol of unity, worn by rulers chosen for their ability to understand both light and shadow. Years later, travelers to Duelreach would marvel at the realm where day and night danced in eternal cycles, where elven grace and dwarven strength combined to create wonders unseen anywhere else in the world. And if they stayed long enough, they might catch a glimpse of the two original guardians, the elf who learned to love the night, and the dwarf who embraced the day, still watching over their united realm, ensuring that light and shadow remained in perfect balance. Story 8. Deep beneath the surface of the Shadowlands, where eternal twilight reigned and phosphorescent fungi cast their eerie glow across vast cavern networks, two ancient peoples maintained an uneasy peace. The night elves, with their obsidian skin and silver-pupilled eyes, had claimed the upper caverns, while the deep dwarves, their armor adorned with luminous crystals, delved ever deeper into the heart of the world. Shadowmen, greatest of the night elf Shadowdancers, moved through the darkness like a whisper. Her midnight blue hair absorbed what little light touched it, and the ritual scars that marked her face gleamed with a faint purple luminescence. Tonight, something was wrong. The shadows spoke to her of a disturbance in the deeper realms, a hunger that shouldn't exist. In his forged sanctuary thousands of feet below, Master Ironheart felt it too. His enchanted hammer paused mid-strike as the very stone around him trembled with an ancient malevolence. The runes etched into his forge dimmed momentarily, responding to something that made his centuries of experience scream in warning. They met at the Twilight Market, a neutral ground where both peoples traded goods and information. The market occupied a massive cavern where crystal formations created natural bridges between different levels, and bioluminescent birds nested in the highest reaches, their soft light creating an artificial day. The deep shadows are restless, Shadowman said without preamble, her voice barely above a whisper. The nearby merchants, both elf and dwarf, pretended not to listen while straining to hear every word. Ironheart's weathered face grew grimmer. Aye, and the stone itself weeps with fear. Something stirs in the ancient deep, something that should have remained forever buried. Their investigation led them through forgotten tunnels and abandoned mines, following a trail of darkness deeper than natural shadow and stone that had been aged beyond its years. In these depths, they discovered the first of the cultists' elves and dwarves working together in secret, their bodies marked with strange symbols that pulsed with sickly light. The cultists spoke of the Soul Devourer, an entity they believed would grant ultimate power to those who helped free it. In their hidden shrines, they performed rituals that fed on the hatred and mistrust between their peoples, believing these negative emotions would strengthen their dark god. But Shadowmend and Ironheart discovered an even darker truth in the oldest archives of both their peoples. The Soul Devourer was no god, but a corrupted fragment of the Creator itself, cast down into the depths at the beginning of time. The ancient wars between elves and dwarves had been orchestrated by its influence, each conflict feeding its strength as it slowly consumed the souls of the fallen. Their warnings fell on deaf ears. Too many among both peoples had been seduced by the Devourer's promises. Civil war erupted in the upper caverns as loyal night elves fought against those who had embraced the darkness. Deep dwarf clans turned against each other, their battles shaking the very foundations of their realm. In the chaos, Shadowmend and Ironheart discovered that their people's magics, thought to be incompatible, could work in harmony. Her mastery of shadow combined with his runic craft created a power that neither fully understood, but both recognized as ancient and true. They followed the signs deeper, past the known mines, beyond the charted caverns, into a place where reality itself seemed too thin. Here, in a cathedral-sized cavern lit by crystals older than time, they found the Soul Devourer's prison and realized it was nearly free. The entity had no true form, appearing as a void that consumed light, shadow, and soul alike. Around it, the cultists performed their final ritual, their bodies twisted by the dark powers they had embraced. The air itself seemed to scream as reality tore around the ancient prison. Shadowmend and Ironheart knew they couldn't defeat such an entity. It was a fragment of the Creator itself. But perhaps they could restore it, heal the corruption that had twisted it so long ago. Their theory was desperate. If the Devourer fed on hatred and conflict, perhaps it could be transformed by their people's potential for unity and understanding. As the cultists completed their ritual and the prison bars began to shatter, Shadowmend and Ironheart enacted their own ceremony. Her shadows and his runes intertwined, creating patterns of power that spoke of harmony between their peoples. They drew upon every moment of cooperation, every friendship forged between elf and dwarf, every instance where understanding had overcome prejudice. The Soul Devourer emerged into their world, but met not hatred and fear, but a power it had forgotten existed. The combined magic of elf and dwarf wrapped around it like chains of light and shadow. Where their people's conflict had fed its corruption, their unity began to heal it. The transformation shook the Shadowlands to their core. Caverns collapsed as ancient powers were unleashed. But when the dust settled and the tremors stilled, something had changed. Where the Soul Devourer had been, a new entity emerged, a guardian spirit of both peoples. Neither light nor dark, but a perfect balance of both. The civil wars ended as the cultists' powers failed, the Devourer's influence fading from their minds. In the aftermath, both peoples were forced to confront uncomfortable truths about how easily they had turned against their own kind. The experience left them humble, but wiser. Shadowmend and Ironheart's partnership became a symbol of a new age. The Twilight market expanded into a true city where both peoples lived and worked together. The transformed guardian spirit took up residence in a new temple at the city's heart, its presence a constant reminder of the power of unity over division. New traditions arose. Young elves learned runic craft alongside dwarf apprentices, while dwarf warriors studied the shadow arts with elven masters. The differences between their peoples remained, But now, these differences were celebrated as strengths rather than feared as weaknesses. In the deepest reaches of the Shadowlands, where the transformed guardian spirit dwells, they say you can still hear echoes of the ancient song of creation no longer corrupted, but restored to its original harmony. And in that song, the voices of elf and dwarf blend together, creating a music more beautiful than either could produce alone. For in the end, it was not might of arms or magical power that saved the Shadowlands, but the simple truth that understanding can overcome hatred, and unity is stronger than division. This lesson, bought at such great cost, became the foundation of a new age, one where light and shadow, elf and dwarf, could exist together in lasting peace. Story 9. High above the world, where clouds wrapped around crystalline towers like silk scarves, the city of Spire floated in eternal majesty. Its winged inhabitants, the last of the legendary sky elves, had long ago mastered the art of living among the clouds. Their city was a marvel of magical engineering, great floating islands connected by bridges of solidified light, gardens that grew upside down beneath crystal platforms, and towers that shifted their positions with the changing winds. Calum Lightweaver, youngest of the apprentice mages, stood at the edge of the floating gardens, his wings folded tight against his back as he watched the sunset paint the clouds in shades of gold and purple. Something was wrong with the city's magic. He could feel it in the subtle tremor of the floating stones beneath his feet, in the way the light bridges flickered like candles in a breeze. The warning signs had been small at first, a garden platform that drifted slightly out of alignment, a light bridge that took longer than usual to solidify. But now, even the eldest of the Sky Elf mages couldn't deny that the ancient magic holding Spire aloft was failing. The city was slowly, inexorably beginning to sink. Deep in the Everstone Mountains below, Mireia Stormforge worked her secret forge in defiance of her people's laws. The young dwarf woman had discovered that by combining traditional runic crafting with forbidden crystal magic, she could create enchantments unlike anything seen before. Her workshop walls were lined with crystalline formations that hummed with power, each one inscribed with runes that seemed to move of their own accord. Their paths crossed when Calum, searching for answers in the ancient archives, discovered references to a long-forgotten pact between the Sky Elves and the Mountain Dwarves. Following the cryptic clues led him to Mireia's hidden forge, where he found her working with crystals that looked remarkably similar to those that powered Spire's floating enchantments. Your people didn't build Spire alone, Mireia revealed, showing him ancient schematics passed down in secret through generations of her family. The floating enchantments were a collaboration dwarven runic craft combined with elven crystal magic. But something happened, a betrayal that sparked a war and shattered the alliance. Together, they discovered the truth behind the ancient conflict. The first dwarf king, Thorin Ironcrown, had collaborated with the Sky Elf Archmagus to create an artifact of unprecedented power, the Twilight Crown. This crown was meant to be shared between their peoples, its power maintaining not only Spire's flight, but a network of floating cities across the realm. But pride and fear had torn their peoples apart. The Sky Elves, fearing the dwarves would claim sole ownership of the crown, had stolen it and fled to Spire. In retaliation, the dwarf king had laid a curse with his dying breath that the crown's power would slowly fade until it was returned to the depths where it was forged. As Spire continued to sink, Calum and Mireia raced against time to find a solution. Their search led them to the deepest vault beneath the Everstone Mountains, where their original forge used to create the Twilight Crown still stood. But reaching it required navigating ancient dwarven defenses and facing the centuries-old magical wards left by both peoples. Their journey through the mountain depths forced them to combine their abilities in ways neither had imagined possible. Mirea's runic craft complemented Keelam's crystal magic, creating effects that seemed to echo the legendary powers of their ancestors. Each challenge they faced revealed more about how their people's magics were meant to work in harmony. In the Forge Chamber, they found the truth of the crown's creation preserved in crystalline recordings. The betrayal had been orchestrated by forces that feared the power of unity between elves and dwarves, ancient spirits of chaos who had whispered lies and sowed distrust between the peoples. The curse itself was not one of vengeance, but a failsafe meant to force future generations to rediscover the truth and rebuild the alliance. With Ether Spire barely maintaining its position in the sky, Calum and Mireia attempted what their ancestors had achieved centuries ago. Under Mireia's guidance, they reactivated the ancient forge. Keelam's crystal magic merged with her runic crafting, their powers flowing together as naturally as two streams joining into a river. The Twilight crown, when finally restored, was transformed. No longer a simple circlet of power, it had become a crystal and metal masterpiece that physically represented the union of their people's crafts. But more importantly, the process of its restoration had revealed that the crown was never meant to be worn by a single ruler. It required the combined touch of elf and dwarf to reach its full potential. As the crown's power flowed back into Ether Spire's ancient enchantments, the city stabilized. But something unexpected happened. Instead of merely stopping its descent, the city began to transform. New bridges of crystal and stone extended downward, connecting the floating city to the mountain peaks below. Gardens bloomed along these bridges, creating a vertical kingdom that united the sky and earth. The success of Calum and Mireia opened the door for renewed cooperation between their peoples. Young sky elves descended to study runic craft in the mountain halls, while dwarf apprentices were welcomed into Ether Spire's crystal spires to learn the secrets of sky magic. The Twilight crown remained in its restored forge, not as a symbol of power to be possessed, but as a reminder of what could be achieved through unity. Years later, travelers would marvel at the sight of Ether Spire, no longer a city isolated in the clouds, but the crown jewel of a magical kingdom that stretched from mountain peak to sky. Crystal towers and stone fortresses existed in harmony, connected by networks of light bridges and runic elevators. In the evenings, dwarf craftsmen and sky elf mages would gather in floating gardens or mountain halls, sharing stories of how a young apprentice and a rebellious forge worker had healed the wounds of centuries and reunited their peoples. For in rediscovering their shared past, they had forged a new future, one where the magic of earth and sky, crystal and stone, elf and dwarf worked together as they were always meant to do. Story 10. In the heart of the crystal forest, where ancient trees bore crystalline fruits that chimed in the wind, the elven warrior Lyriandel traced her fingers across glowing runes that pulsed with an urgent warning. The ethereal script, written in the old tongue of the forest, spoke of a terror that had slumbered beneath the northern mountains for a millennium, the eternal ice dragon, whose breath could freeze the world into endless winter. Moonlight filtered through the crystal-laden branches above, casting rainbow shadows across Lyriandel's silver armor. Her emerald eyes narrowed as she deciphered the ancient prophecy, each word burning with a cold fire that seemed to reach into her very soul. The signs were unmistakable. The dragon was stirring from its enchanted sleep. Far to the north, in the great dwarven stronghold of Ironheart Keep, Prince Thorgr stood before the Mountain Council, his exile pronounced by voices heavy with shame and anger. They named him Oathbreaker, betrayer, unworthy of his royal blood. None knew the true reason for his actions, that in the deepest minds, he had discovered scrolls speaking of the same prophecy and the terrible price that would come with the dragon's awakening. The paths of the exiled prince and the elven warrior converged at the crossroads of Twilight, where the crystal forest met the northern mountains. Ancient treaties had once named this a place of peace between their peoples, though those days were long past. Now it served as neutral ground for merchants and travelers, a place where the centuries-old hostility between elf and dwarf was set aside, however briefly. Lyriandel found Thorgr in a shadowy corner of the Wayfarer's Rest, his hood pulled low over his face. The prince's once regal beard was tangled and unkempt, but his eyes burned with an intensity that matched the runes she had discovered in the forest. "You've seen it too," she said, not a question, but a statement of fact. The signs of awakening. Thorgr's response was to pull from his pack a scroll case made of ancient iron. Within lay accounts of the First Age, when elves and dwarves had fought together against the eternal dragon's first reign of terror. The details were different from the elven histories, but the core truth remained the same. Only the combined power of both peoples had been enough to subdue the dragon. Their uneasy alliance was formed in that moment, though neither fully trusted the other. As they journeyed north, following the path of ancient maps and half-remembered legends, Thorgr gradually revealed the secret that had led to his exile. He was not merely of royal blood. He was a descendant of the ancient dwarf king who had helped imprison the dragon, and in his veins ran the power needed to either strengthen or break that imprisonment. The journey tested them both. They faced ice wolves with crystals growing from their fur, crossed chasms bridged only by freezing winds, and navigated caves where the very air turned to shimmering frost. Each challenge forced them to rely on each other's strengths, Lyriandel's affinity for the ancient magics of the forest, Thorgr's deep connection to stone and metal. But the greatest challenges came from their own peoples. Word of their alliance spread, and soon they found themselves hunted by both elven rangers and dwarven bounty hunters. The hatred between their races ran too deep for many to accept even the possibility of cooperation, even in the face of a greater threat. As they neared the dragon's prison, Thorgr finally revealed the full truth of his exile. The scrolls he had discovered spoke not only of the dragon's imprisonment, but of a terrible choice. The power in his blood could indeed prevent the dragon's awakening, but only through sacrifice. He would have to give his life to renew the ancient seals. Lyriandel, however, had discovered something in the elven runes that changed everything. The prophecy spoke not of sacrifice, but of transformation. The power needed was not death, but the willing union of dwarf and elf magic, a combination that had not been attempted since the First Age. Their arrival at the dragon's prison coincided with the worst fears of both peoples. The great creature was already stirring, its movements causing earthquakes that shook the mountains. Massive ice crystals burst from the ground, and the air itself began to freeze. The pursuing elven and dwarven forces arrived to find their quarry standing before an ancient door marked with runes of both peoples, beyond which something vast and terrible was awakening. In that moment of crisis, as the dragon began to break free, Lyriandel and Thorgr made their choice. Combining their magic, her connection to the living crystal of the forest, his mastery of stone and ancient runes, they did not attempt to renew the prison. Instead, they sought to heal what had been broken in the First Age. The eternal dragon burst forth, its scales gleaming like glaciers, its eyes deep pools of winter's heart. But rather than face the hatred and fear that had led to its imprisonment, it encountered something entirely different. The combined magic of elf and dwarf reached out not to battle the dragon, but to understand it. They discovered that the dragon was not a creature of destruction, but a guardian of balance. Its eternal winter was meant to be part of a natural cycle, not a permanent curse. The ancient peoples, in their fear, had disrupted this cycle by imprisoning the dragon, creating the very crisis they had sought to prevent. The truth transformed them all. The dragon's cold fury calmed as it recognized in Lyriandel and Thorgr the wisdom its ancient foes had lacked. The pursuing armies stood in awe as the dragon's power merged with the combined magic of elf and dwarf, creating not a prison of ice, but a new kind of guardian. The northern mountains became a place where winter and summer danced in perfect balance, where ice crystals bloomed like flowers and snow fell even on summer days. The dragon took its place as guardian of this new realm, while Lyriandel and Thorgr became living proof that the ancient hatreds between their peoples could be overcome. They established a new settlement in the shadow of the dragon's peak, where elves and dwarves could learn from each other and from the dragon's ancient wisdom. The crystal forest extended its boundaries to meet the mountain halls, creating places where the magic of both peoples could mingle and grow in new ways. And so the prophecy was fulfilled, though not as anyone had expected. For in seeking to prevent destruction, Lyriandel and Thorgr had instead discovered creation. Their story became legend, told in both forest and mountain halls, a tale of how understanding could overcome fear, and how ancient enemies could become the strongest of allies.